Today is, oh, the microphone's not on. Hello? Okay, great. Really have it together today. Today is Tuesday. This is a very standard day. We got a bunch of things to do today. I'm gonna get something to eat now and then take care of some other tasks. Ideally, I'd like to get a couple videos recorded today. I want to get those pellets out of the car, which are still in the car. And actually, I don't think that was on video. I went and picked up some pellets, and there's been a bunch of pellets in the car for the last several days. And then I want to do a lot of cleanup for the Christmas lights today. So we're going to have probably some rude comments. Oh, you have rice in the morning? Yes, I do. That's actually very standard in pretty much every country except for this one. And we do a lot of things backwards in this country, including not eating rice in the morning and using stupid units of measurements like inches, feet, and Fahrenheit. All dumb. And miles, those are stupid too. So I'm going to have 1 cup of the rice. It's already almost 1 o'clock. It's rare I do anything constructive before 12. I am not a morning person at all. But I did do a bunch of editing this morning. So I got that taken care of. And probably after this we'll deal with the pellets because it's going to be... It's 36 degrees out right now, but it's sunny. The sun is strong. So the sun should melt the snow enough to the point where we can move it around to get the gate open and get into the backyard. I think I'm just going to take the car into the backyard and unload it directly downstairs. I don't like to do that because it tears up the lawn, but it's already wrecked from the drought and the stupid squirrels, so I have to do a lot of repair anyways. If it wasn't so stinking cold, like if it was at least up to 50, I would just carry them in bag by bag like I normally do, but I don't want to open and close the garage door 15 times. We're going to lose so much heat in there. And 36 is cold. The sun will provide some radiant heat, so when we're out there it's not going to feel as bad, but it's not going to do anything for warming up the air by the garage door. I always like to rinse the rice pretty thoroughly to get all the starch out so it doesn't make a mess inside the machine. Alright, this should be good. I don't need to go to the store today, but it would have been a nice day to go out today because it's not that cold. I think that in the coming weeks it's not going to be as bad. More seasonable temperatures. So like 30s and 40s during the day. Which if it's sunny, at least is a lot more tolerable. Let that cook for a little while. That'd take about 20 minutes. And this stuff warms up pretty quick, so we're not going to turn this on right away. Oh, there was a liquid spill. While that rice is warming up, cooking, we're gonna try to make a video here on the computer. And of course the battery's long spoiled and you can't replace it because it's a non-serviceable product. I went to a particular location that has a very large number of high pressure sodium lights still in service. They are lampposts. It's called, oh, this is the wrong power adapter. This one's not enough wattage. It was called something Bayside, something or other. We'll find out when I look at the pictures, but it's like a boardwalk, next to the river, or no, it's not the river, it's next to the Sound. And it's got, I don't know, hundreds probably of high pressure sodium lampposts still in operation. I am really struggling to find this power adapter here. I don't think it's in this box. No, it can't be. It's not in here. Okay, so now where the heck is the power adapter? It's not over there. Must be in the media room. Nope. What the heck? This is exactly why everything should have a place, and it should be in the place. Here it is. This is an 85 watts, which is what we needed for this. Oh, why is this all just crumbs? I've already received 3 garbage calls today. I got a garbage call at I got one that was about stupid solar. I got one that was about chimney cleaning. And I got one that was blank. That's a nice sound. How come it didn't make it on the way back? Alright, so the videos, let's see, are they in here? Stupid updates. Your updates can go fart in a bag. No, this isn't. Well, this is one of them. That's part of it. Alright. Is this also part of it? Yes, this is part of it too. But where are all the pictures? Here's all the pictures. Okay, they're at Bayside. It was called DJ's at Bayside. This is the restaurant that's nearby here. And it's really a beautiful place, I'm sure, in the daytime as well. But there's this sidewalk here that goes along the I guess that's the sound. And these are all DEO, unfortunately, but it starts to become sodium and it goes all the way down. I imagine these lights on the freeway here were sodium up until within the last couple of years, and that would have been really a beautiful sight to have the whole thing sodium, because unfortunately the stupid DELs do kind of wash out the sodium glow, but generally speaking it's still quite nice. So this summer what we'll do is, hopefully if it's still there, the next couple of days we get that are 50-60 degrees, and this is probably months away still, I will go back here and we'll bike the entire path at night on video, because it's quite long. I think it's over a mile, and trying to walk and hold the camera steady is very difficult. So unfortunately the camera, the auto white balance does take out some of the orange to it, but look at this. It's just, as far as you can see, sodium lampposts. It's incredible. I was probably here for over an hour taking these pictures. Yeah, see, if that was when that was still sodium, this would have been such an amazing sight. Okay, so where are the videos? These are not the videos that we need.
Here is a...
I already made that video. Alright, where are the stinking pictures? No, where's the stinking video? There should be more videos than this. This doesn't have the videos I took with the Ghost Pro camera. Hurry up! This thing is slower than molasses. This is, we took care of that already. Cancel that out. I made that video, cancel that out. And this was yeah, we made this already too. So actually I'm just gonna go here and we'll delete the whole thing and just start over again. Now where, I gotta find where those videos are. Maybe they're in the other computer. We have like 2/3 of what we need on that computer. I just saw the videos on this computer earlier today. So I know that they exist.
Turn left.
Shut up. I know they exist, I just don't know where they are. Nope, that's last year. Oh, come on. Okay, here they are, I got them. Alright, so I just need to take these videos and put these videos into this, well, I don't have a network connection at that island yet, so I guess I'll have to put them into a flash drive. Okay, here's the videos. Put those in there. Oh, that actually copied pretty quick. Surprising. Nope, nobody wanted that. I don't know what we call this. I'm going to copy all the, I want to save these pictures separately, so we're going to put all these pictures into here. And then we'll go through this and we'll cancel the ones that we're not going to put in the video. Oh, that's so nice. That might actually be our thumbnail. We're not going to put that one in the video. We're not going to put that one in the video. Don't need that one for the video, don't need that one. I took a lot of pictures. I don't know why we was getting this lens flare like that. Only in some of these pictures did that happen. It's kind of weird. It really ruins the pictures though. Yeah, what the heck? Why it is like that? That's a shame. I hope the videos aren't like that. This is a different area. Couldn't get good pictures of this for obvious reasons. And there's no lens flare in this one. What the heck? Those pictures are identical. So what a duplication pictures here. What's up with this? These would have been really nice if it didn't have all that. I wonder if the lens was dirty or something. The rice is almost ready. All right, let's turn this on. It's taking me longer to make that video than I expected. I was hoping to have that done before lunch. Oh, that did not happen. I took a lot of pictures here. I very much believe in the concept of just snap away and then cancel them out later. You know, because even like this, just a slight difference here. This the frame is just moved over a hair. It's a whole different picture. I like this one better than this one. Now, obviously, if you're taking on film, it's a different story, but when you're taking with digital, there's no reason not to take many pictures. So here, the same thing here. With this picture, we've got this stupid LED crap in this frame here, but this picture cuts it out. So this one I'm going to delete, and we're going to use this one instead. This is much better. LED junk in that one. That's just too dark. That's a good one. It's kind of blurry. I did not have my tripod with me, so I couldn't do any nice long exposure shots. See, for whatever reason, this one's got an extra band in there, so we'll take that one out. I don't have any use for that picture. Don't need that one for the fit. This is a beautiful picture. The way this is composed, this is perfect. You got the benches that kind of draw your eye into the image. The path takes you out. You got the water here, and this is all cut into thirds. This is a perfect picture. It's a shame that this that banding is on there like that. Oh, I really like that picture. I can't believe that stinking banding is all over the place like that. If I had my tripod, I could have taken like a 20-second exposure of this. You got all the stars and everything. It was a beautiful picture. We'll go back to this location and try again. Yeah, see, this is the same thing. I moved the camera just a touch, and you have a whole different picture. You have this picture, and in this picture, you have the city in the end of it. So now you've added a whole other element to these photographs. You've got the bridge there. These are two totally different images with totally different fields. In this case, I think that we're going to go with the one with the city in the edge of it. Oh, there's the stupid moon. I hate that dumb thing. Okay, so that's all the still pictures that we're going to put in the video. So now we have to put into here. We want to grab these two videos. And then we need to go to here And we're gonna go into this folder and we're gonna put all these videos in here as well. And it's gonna take a minute to copy those in from the flash drive because it's not as quick. Oh, I guess it was pretty quick. Wow, it's so, the sun is so strong I was able to turn off the stove for a couple hours now. All right, let's see what we got here. Why would you shut that? It's stupid. I hate the Mac. All right. So I think, I'm not sure which videos I took first. I think I'm going to start with this. This was my favorite part. There's an error on that computer. The color, the white balance on this is pretty reasonable. Actually, I don't think we have to mess with that at all. That's pretty accurate to what it should be. And I was adjusting the exposure manually as we went, so there's no issues with the exposure to modify. I didn't get any more video of that area? Jeez. I guess I did with the other camera, probably. Yeah, see here we have to start adjusting the white balance. This was fine here. It's got that beautiful amber tint to it, but this is washed out here. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna change it to more of a gold tone. It's just too cold right now. It goes on for as long as I can see. I think it's a couple miles. So I will try to come back here to this location and take a better video of these lights at some point. Probably in the spring once it starts to get warmer. It was much more stable, I think. I hate when it goes back to the front like that. It's such an annoying feature. So now here we're going to have to modify the exposure and everything because this is too low. And no doubt this other camera works better in low lighting conditions, but I think we can salvage this footage if we just do this. Look that up, and this isn't great. Yeah, no doubt that stupid phone takes a better picture in low light condition. As I said many times, each camera has its own benefits. There's a lot of videos that stupid phone could not be used to record. But then it does have its place. Alright, I think that the food here is just about ready. I still haven't fixed that computer yet. Maybe I'll fix it today. Chances are slim. Turn that off. And let's get the rice out of here. I have an authentic Japanese rice scoop. Straight from Japan, made in Japan. Very reliable and good quality. Why is that slamming like that? Something's... oh. What? Oh, there is a problem here. Okay, we gotta fix that cabinet. There's a problem with that cabinet. just gonna go fill this with water so that it's easier to clean out later. It's about 1:30 now. We'll eat and then we're gonna deal with the pellets because that's heat sensitive in terms of outdoors. Still only 36, but with the sun out there, it's gonna feel pretty reasonable for this time of year. Okay, so there's meal number 1. I should have cleared out more of that. I wasn't thinking about it. All right, let's get something to eat here. The actual temperature has gone up 1 degree even without the stove on. That's pretty impressive. We'll go back to the video I was watching last night. Oh, I think I'm in the way. Stupid off to put you over here. This would have been a good day to film the ceiling fan in here. It's good lighting today. But the room is too much of a disaster. I can't move around to get the angles I want. Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Those roots, there we are. A little bit of a belly there. That might be because of roots. There are some roots there. Pull back and clear those roots. There we are. Bit of a dislocate there.
dislocated. Much better. And what's that there? More roots. Okay, then it goes into PVC. Yeah, and then there's the boundary trap, and that's all PVC. So we just pull back to those roots. Just here. We'll clip up those roots there. Wait for the dust to settle. Looking much healthier. Very good. Very good. A few dangling there. Very good. So if we missed anything on our travels back towards us now, we went a fair way down. We went about 30 metres down to the backyard to the boundary trap. So far so good, the rest of the line. Spoke too soon. I'll leave the rope on the 14 metre mark. Right where we want to be. A few more to go. better. Okay, so I pulled back to the junction here. Okay, I'm going to break down some of this paper mache. In you go. We should see that come past the view of the camera in a minute. See that lens because it came 4 and third. Might have to just give her a little hand getting down the line. There we go. looking a bit better. Only thing left to do now is a toilet paper flush test. I'm guessing if we flush the toilet inside, we should see it sweep past here. Quite smelly now. Well, it's getting away there. This time we'll do it with some paper. Right, a good amount of paper. We'll give them a flush now. Knock, knock. Can you just do me a favour? Can you flush that toilet? Yeah. I'll just give you a hoy when I get around there, and then if you flush it, I'll just pull out to you. All right, flush away. On the count of 3, we should see it come past here. 1, 2, 3. Yep, beautiful. Came past, thank you. Very good. There's the paper. Sitting in the line. That'll go through with the next few flushes. I'll just go and have a look at that kitchen gully, make sure that that's all clear. Right, that needs a bit of a squirt. Just use the spinner and I'll go up the kitchen line up to the 2-inch here and give that a blast. Now, I'll just do this little junction between the gully and the main line on the side.
This is the new Dell AI PC, built for AI. It's like a trusted personal assistant.
Garbage.
Very good. That's the kitchen running now, nice and clear. Vent pipe back in place. Use this brick, stop any leaves from falling down. Turn her off, wind her up, break off. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. So, wind her off. Make some rain. Rid of the wash. In you go.
All good in the end, just a few pesky roots.
Okay, time to get back to work. All right, that's done. I don't know where that came from. That was a bit more of a fiasco than I anticipated, but that's just par for the course over here. So it's now 3:30 abouts, and we got to get the stove cleaned out and put back on and filled up with pellets for today. It's almost empty. Nice to shut this off for a couple hours and save some pellets. I'm gonna use the world's loudest vacuum now. We'll clean the window this time too. I haven't cleaned the window in a while. I've been cleaning this hot, at which point you really shouldn't be spraying cold cleaner on the window because it's potential for it to break. But now that it's cold, I'll clean the window. And that's really all there is to cleaning one of these. This stove is actually really good because it's intended to be, well, I don't say intended to be, but you can clean it while it's running. That lever in the front that I was using as the heat exchanger cleaner, it doesn't clean it down as good as a brush and vacuum does, but it will get large accumulation off of the heat exchanger, and the pan on the bottom can come out during operation to be dumped. So it actually can run while it's being cleaned, but you're not getting a real thorough job. And it does make a difference. It runs a lot hotter. The air coming out's a lot hotter when the exchanger is clean. And the burn pit is clean, you got good airflow. It was all clogged up this time because now we're using these cheesy pellets because it's not that hot out anymore. I mean, it's not that cold the last couple of days. Trying to keep the dwindling remaining stock of the better ones in case we have another deep freeze. We certainly can. We are nowhere near done with this winter, even though I think a lot of people, myself included, are totally done with it. I think this year I got to replace this door gasket. It's getting a little flaky. This is an old unit. This is 26 years old. Still kicking. And no, we are not going to replace it just because it's so-called old and inefficient. We're going to keep it because it's reliable. I bought this without knowing a thing about pellet stoves, and it just happened to be that it was a very good one. I mean, the person I bought it from was a relative. He's not going to rip me off, but doesn't necessarily. I mean, you could have bought a cheap accounting model, who knows? But this was a very good unit. When I vacuum the next couple of days, we'll vacuum the top of that off and get that all cleaned up. All right, let me see if I can reach a bag of pellets downstairs. Yeah, everything is all screwed up down there right now. Between the Christmas stuff and the operation we just did. There's nothing in place down here. You know what, I'll grab this bag that broke. One of the bags broke. There was a spill. A pellet spill. Actually, I gotta do some laundry today too. Gotta wash some towels. These are 40-pound bags, and the hopper can take about 2. These actually seem pretty decent this year. These are just the cheap ones that come from the hardware store. Not the same one that sells the donuts. Not too dusty. And sometimes the ones, you know, in the store you got to look at them before you buy them because sometimes they got all moisture in them, but I haven't seen any of them get moisture this year. They don't run as hot as the more expensive pellets I have, but they're pretty much all we can get. Those are all the ones that run the car at a reasonable price. To buy the better ones, at a non-bulk price is like $8 or $9 a bag. And these are 6. The other ones are better if you can get it for similar price, but I don't think they're $3 or $4 a bag better. It's still, what is it here, 77? We're going to turn it on anyways because it takes some time for this to start operating. This is not like regular heat where, uh-oh, what the heck? This is locked up again? Oh no. That's not good. Thought I had fixed that. This is not like regular heat where it's, in a couple minutes you're at full operating temperature. This takes, half an hour to get up to operating temperature. It's like, building any other fire. It takes time for it to heat up and work properly. So you have to start this before it's too cold. And unfortunately, this appears to be broken again. I don't know why. It was working great. It worked fine yesterday. I see it's barely even running quick enough to pump the water out. I don't know. Unfortunately, this is going to be a run it until it completely breaks scenario because the shaft is worn down on both sides. There's significant wear in the shaft, which I can't fix with the equipment I have in house. So hopefully this lasts for the rest of the winter and then I have to replace it. Okay, let's finish with this and then I gotta schedule some videos for today. Looks like we gotta correct the color in this one a little bit. Add some more of that gold tone to it. Oh, I just heard the stove click into the on position. I'll turn the fan on the stove on now. Warms up a little quicker if you leave the exchanger fan off. Let's put the exchanger fan on low for now. Don't need to run it hot yet. We just want to get it, you know, kind of to like idle temperature, and then we can ramp it up when it starts to get cold. As soon as the sun drops down behind the trees, you got to ramp it up. Okay, here we go. I think it's a little too much gold tone. I want to make it look like low pressure sodium because that's not what it is. Okay, now let's make sure that the audio is uniform across all these clips. It's so important to have good audio in the videos. If you don't have good audio, and no one's going to watch the video, Alright, now I have to go back to the other computer to get I need the camera sound effect. Really need to get a network connection at that table there. That's one of the things that's on the list of projects to do in the near future, you know, in March when it's quiet. I have a shutter sound effect that everybody just loves, which I like to put in between pictures. There we go. Why is there two of them? We don't need two. That's not the one that I've used in the past though. Where's the Canon one? Where did it go? That's disappointing. There it is. That's the I guess we'll use that one. Perfect. So now we'll take all those pictures that are in here and we'll put all these pictures into here like this. And it always does this stupid trash where it like crops and zooms and all this other garbage. So we just want to put it to fit, and that's it. We don't need all this trash, all this stupid zooms and whatever, all this garbage it does by default. Oh, that's cool, 1% on the battery. That's a good transition. There should be a way to put, whoa, no, I didn't want that. Is there a way to put it, nah, it's not doing what I want it to do. I like this one for pictures. Hold up, why are these pictures different? Why are those pictures different? It's very peculiar. Maybe I'll put these here so that the whole thing looks more uniform. And then this last one should be a fade to black. Okay. Now I have to put in this become a real pain in the neck. I have to put the camera sound in between every single one of these here. Perfect. I don't know why people hate this so much. I think it's great. Oh, come on. Unfortunately, these are a little bit too loud. We can fix that. That's pretty good, I think. Maybe a little bit quieter. Let's see if we can take one of them and slow it down, do something goofy with it. The camera broke. I'm keeping it, that's great. Alright, do any of these pictures, do we have to add some? I think we might have to add some. Yeah, that first one is pretty good, but then that one looks good and that one looks good, but then these are kind of, they need to have some yellow tone added to match a nice sodium glow. This one doesn't look very sodium. This one, that one. These three need a little more golden tint to them. Alright, the rest look pretty good. And that one could use a little bit more. What the heck is it processing? Stupid. I think that, let's see if, should we add a little bit of shadows to this? No, I think it actually looked pretty good the way it was. Because I was adjusting the exposure manually while I was filming this. So that's pretty much fine the way it is. Okay, I think that we're done with this video now. And all the pictures. There's no transition between this. What's going on here? That's stupid. Get that out of here. Why there's no transition here? Yeah, there should be a transition there. Okay, that's good. So, where did we say that this was? I need to picture where the name of the place was because I already don't remember where it was. DJ's at Bayside. Okay, let that save now. Alright, this is finished saving. Let's check this to make sure that it came out okay. Alright, that looks good. So now I have to take this computer to somewhere else to plug in the network connection, and of course it doesn't have a network connection because it's stupid Apple, which is not compatible with anything. And I think I'm gonna get something to eat, and then we're gonna do more Christmas takedown. I want to try to make some significant progress on that tonight. The adapter is supposed to be in here, but just like with the power cord earlier today, it's not. I don't know why it's not in here. I don't use that anywhere else.
No idea where the adapter is. Now I gotta go on a wild goose chase for a stupid adapter. Oh no, here it is. It's over here. It's freezing over here. Okay, good, that's completed. Okay, I'm gonna get something to eat now, and I think while I do that I will set up another video, and then after that we'll deal with this Christmas stuff. I'm switching over to this camera for the video of the day because I need the other camera for the Christmas video. I did acquire a second GoPro camera which would have solved this problem right now, but I'm setting aside a lot of time to set that up because it was a debacle the first time, and I'm kind of expecting it to be a debacle the second time because it requires some stupid apps thing to make it work, and it's, at least to me, it's very difficult. So I'm gonna chip away at a lot of the Christmas stuff right now, put in a couple hours hopefully on the Christmas stuff, try to get this room mostly cleaned up, and then we'll do something else. Okay. You always got to check the equipment to make sure it's working. It's very important because sometimes it doesn't work. Christmas 2025 cancel out day 4, I think this is. This is the box for the nativity, which is out on the deck. I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's ultimately going to end up in the attic. Which would have been, today would have been a good day to do that because it wasn't very cold. Let's get this other box out, and I think I'm going to use this box for maybe this stuff and perhaps some wreaths. There's not much else that really would go in a box. That wreath doesn't go in a box, it doesn't fit. There's a separate box for the cactus, we can get that out, take care of that. There's a separate box for that bubble light. I'm just gonna go dump all these things in the computer room for now. with the that'll work. And I'll hooks with them so that we can just use these again next year. Quite a few seasons, I would think, before they lose their ability. Its own box. Not sure if I want to really cram these in here like that or not. This needs to be detached. This is really becoming annoying from a storage perspective. How is this? Why do people do stuff like this? I can't stand it. It just drives me nuts. This is not the way to attach a bow to a wreath. This is psychotic. Just why? These are nice bows. We'll keep them for something else. But they cannot be on these wreaths like that. It's not helpful. I guess my concern with putting it in here is that we're going to take it out next year and it's going to be a square. Which is not helpful. But then again, this stuff seems like it's pretty flexible, so maybe not. Maybe that won't happen. I think there is another wreath in the media room that will fit in there. Yeah, this one here with the stupid flickering DEL. That's not gonna fit in there. See if we can rearrange this to potentially make everything fit. I don't think so, but it's worth a shot. That'll work. Excellent. Okay, let me get the box for that cactus. And it's gonna be a fun one to put back in. I remembered it was kind of weird taking it out. There's a bunch of pieces and packed in different ways that have to go back exactly the same. Yeah, we gotta start back with this puzzle again today. Whoa. It's too much. I don't know. Whoa. I don't know what to do with these stinking penguins. I thought that this was going to be like 3 of the size of the smaller ones that I have, but it's not. And I suppose giant size should have implied that. But I can't fit this in the house. It cannot be assembled indoors. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever use it or not. Okay, here's the box for the cactus. this is not going to be a fun one. These look like they're pretty clean, so I wasn't sure if they're going to be dusty. Why does this look like this one was wet at some point? It shouldn't have gotten wet at all. I don't see any reason why it would have. It's kind of strange. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I should have known that. think that this one went inside of here. Like that. And then I want to say at least one of these also went inside there. It's going to be hard to get that in there with the hook though. It's going to keep grabbing everything. Maybe not. Okay. Alright, there's another wire tied down here, and that one is, looks like it should be able to be cut. I'm gonna lean this over at this point. I don't want anything hanging by the wires. Yeah, now it fits better in the trash can. I think there's got to be a very specific order in which this stuff goes in here. And I don't know what that ordering is, which is going to make this very difficult. I wonder if this is not supposed to be down there. very close. Oh, rats. I forgot that's got to go in there still. Is there... There's one inside each of these. Those ornaments have got to go inside one of these, I think. This I can kind of see fitting into the box as it is, but not this. So much of this stuff has got to be designed with no intention of anybody ever storing it, which is a shame. You know, there's no reason something like this, especially if used indoors, shouldn't be able to be used year after year, but I think the expectation is it just gets thrown out. Okay, now we have a geometric puzzle that we have to deal with. Somehow, these all go back in here. You're just so limited by what you can do because of the cords. This one has to go like that. There's just no other option. Can that go like that? I do have a video of opening this up, so if I really can't seem to figure this out, we can go back and watch the video, but I'd rather just figure it out again. I think that'll fit, but it's going to be very tight. Just have to make note to not put anything on top of this. Yeah, that fits. And actually, it does have some room to spare, so that might actually be the way it was supposed to go. Or at least close enough to it. Where's that sticky tape? Where is that sticky tape? Ah, it's where it belongs. Ain't that something? Okay. There is a piece of garland up there that has to come down and go in this box. Probably wait to do that for when I do the lights. I think the next thing I'm going to do is get the boxes for the trees out and put the trees in the boxes, because I want to put the boxes for the trees somewhere else, so I need those now. Oh boy, what do we have here? A burnt out incandescent light bulb. I'll have to take care of that later. Okay. Of course, the one that's burnt out is right where I'm going to be working. I'm going to take all these fans out of here so I can pull this shelf out. Here's some Christmas decorations. This is not going to work. And here's the glued up Weatherworks. For all the naysayers that said, "Oh, it's not going to hold." It still holds. Perfectly secure. And this is kind of where we start to hit a point of no return, because lose access to the studio. Yeah, but I'm working pretty avidly right now to try to get it done, so see how much progress I make. What is tomorrow? The 14th. Yeah, the 14th is clear for me. A legitimate call. That's the way it should be, but sadly not the way it often is. Today was a bad day for the calls. I think there was 5 calls today in total, and 4 were bogus. Okay, continuing on here, we gotta get to the tree boxes. So it looks like all 3 are right here. This shouldn't be too bad. Famous last words. Ah! This is the giant pumpkin that's for the fall. I don't know why this doesn't have a top anymore. Here's all the DEO stuff for that's in the computer room. Or that's in, no, I put the DEO in the media room this year. Thinking about last year. What is this? Oh, this is fall as well. Is this the gumdrop box? Yes. Okay, let's take care of this. Give you something to look at again on the other camera. This is a super messy operation. I really like these things, but you definitely pay for it in mess. So these things have like a, I guess it's supposed to look like sugar on top of them, and it's not stuck very well, and it just comes off and gets everywhere. Ow! Good thing I had a helmet on. Now, why the heck did I use such a big box? That really doesn't make any sense. Why did I do that? Because I have the original box for these still. I think the original box was just a little bit too small or something. But this is way too big. This is a waste of storage space. Cannot afford that. I think this was it right here. Let's see. Yeah, and it says, this is a set, do not separate. I really don't remember what the reasoning was as to why I didn't use this, but we'll see if I find out what the reasoning was. I might find out as soon as I try to put these in there. This is the original box, and I imagine there was some reason why I didn't use it, but I don't recall what that reasoning was. So let's see if I can find out what that reasoning was. Do they not fit in here or something? Do they not fit well? No, they seem to fit just fine. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was for this. It certainly makes sense to wrap them up in these bags. Well, maybe it doesn't make any sense. I don't feel like this is adding any extra protection to anything here. Okay, you have nothing to do with this, rude bag. I don't see anything wrong with that yet. I don't know what all this stuff is though. This box is probably twice the size. Well, this bag is definitely the defective. Rude. Well, I really do not understand why I didn't just use this original box. It's not making any sense to me. Really don't get it. I don't see anything wrong with this. Maybe it was because I have to undo this that I changed it. I mean, undoing this is not worth using that giant box. String has the longest spacing out of any string I've ever seen. Now let's see, I'm not so sure you want to fold it twice like that because it might make a mess under there. Quite frankly, that might be the best way to do it, just like that. I have no idea why I didn't use this box again. I don't see anything wrong with it. So now I'm getting leery though, because I don't normally do things for no reason, so I feel like there would have been some reason why I did this, but I don't know what it would have been. These are just stinking DEL plastic piece of crap bulbs. So they're not going to break. Just sitting there like that, they'll be fine. Okay. So everything fits in the box, no problem. And I guess we'll just fill in the spaces with this bubble paper so things don't shift around in here as I carry it downstairs. And I see no reason why we shouldn't put this back in the original box. It certainly makes a lot more sense than using that big other one that I had. It fits very nicely. I feel like I've got to be missing something though. Why would I not use that box? That fits perfectly. I'm so paranoid right now. There's got to be something wrong. Why would I have done that? Why would I have done that? This doesn't go with it. That doesn't go with it. That doesn't make any sense. Why would I waste a whole huge box like that for no reason? Oh, and of course none of this was in the frame. Doing the best I can here, people. All right, I don't know. Kind of weirded out by that now. It even says, do not separate. This is just a perfect box. I don't get that. I really don't get that at all. Whatever. Something's weird. Something's up with that. And I don't know what it is. Let's get all this sand out of the box there. Well, that's weird. That is weird. Let's clean up this mess. The only thing I don't like about these things is they're very messy. Something's wrong here with that box. I just don't get it. It does not make any sense. I really feel like there has to have been some kind of reason why I put it in a secondary box. Stupid box! Tired of it. I think next we'll get this tree put away. Okay, this is a fiber optics one, so we'll need that, but not right now. This is the one in the media room, the DEL one. And then I think that this is the one that we're after. Here's that Mrs. New Year's thing that's by the telephone in the kitchen. This never made it out this year. Wow, this is a mess under here. This is not even remotely correct. Oh. I didn't realize this is so screwed up under here. I'll have to spend a fair bit of time organizing this under here, because this is not helpful. I wanted to look through this box on video. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Oh, I gotta change that battery. Floor's getting kind of squeaky in the media room. This makes good sense because now we can, when I take this away, that's the last like messy thing to do in here, and then we'll be able to vacuum the floor up and get all this ridiculous glitter and so forth off the floor and that dumb styrofoam mess over there. Get rid of that. It's getting very dry in here because now the heat's running more than it was earlier today. I'm gonna put that to high or HIG. Okay, so disposal of, or the canceling out of, to put back into the original box is a very meticulous process. So what I like to do is I like to go through each branch and I kind of do the opposite to what we do when we take it out. I do usually do this with it on just in case there's a loose connection or something flaky developing somewhere. We'll be able to see it. This is time consuming and tedious, yes, but as with many of the other things that we do, this will save lots of time when this comes out. If you just jam this in the box and all the branches get bent up, that's not going to be a fun time next year. So I think it's very important to do this. And the top is a little bit of a different style. So there's not a whole lot to do on the top. It's not branches like this. So we pretty much collapsed everything that's on the top here. And again, very meticulously pushing down while closing inward so that none of the branches get bent in any other way than up. Okay, that's fully collapsed now. And this should, at this point, pretty gently just fit right in the box. Not really forcing anything, just fits right in. That's the way you want it to be. Again, it fits without too much force. Perfect. Now the last piece goes like this. Or does it go like this? Hard to say. I think it's going to go like this. This top piece is not fitting very nicely. I don't know why it's like that. It is the hardest one to compress out of the three because of the way the branches are designed. They're not, you know, like big individual segments. Okay, that tree's put away. Now I can clean up the floor here, get all these pine needles up, and the stinking styrofoam freak show. I'm not sure where to put this for now because I'm gonna have to build some platforms downstairs because these are gonna go on the other side. These tree boxes. Well, maybe we'll call it there for today for the Christmas takedown. I have some other things I gotta take care of tonight, and we made some progress though, so that's good. We'll make more progress tomorrow. Okay, we're back to this camera. So we're not going to make as much progress as I had anticipated on the Christmas stuff tonight, but that's okay. I have some other things I need to do that are more important. So I think for now I'll just put this box in here under that table. So it's out of the way. And we can deal with that tomorrow. I want to vacuum up this room now, get all that styrofoam nonsense out of here, get all these fake pine needles up. Okay, that makes the kitchen a little more presentable now. Whoa. I think that one of these legs is missing something that the others have, because this is so badly out of balance here. It doesn't seem correct. Yeah, I think that this is missing. Yeah, it is. This has moved off the where the actual leg portion is. That's much better now. Once I get these down, I get the lamp out. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with that box situation. That makes no sense to me. It's not typical that I do something for no reason. So the fact that I can't figure out why I did that is bizarre. At least this table is usable for now if somebody stops by. We have a table to sit at, because obviously we're not using that one. This, I just can't make any sense of this. It's bizarre. Well, I guess for now I'll use that box for the remnants of this stuff. We're gonna need some of this still. We're not done with it. But need to get the residents here into somewhat operational condition. I did notice some more pine needles on the floor yesterday night. I got an unpleasant surprise when walking across the floor. So I want to do another vacuuming of the floor here in its entirety. Make sure I get up any more pine needles that might be lurking. Here's one that's lurking. That's not even the variety that was the Christmas tree. That's kind of weird. This we can put back downstairs now. This goes downstairs. This doesn't have anything to do with it. This ash vacuum is full. Trying to empty this out today, and I forgot. Typical. I also forgot to wash the towels. I don't need this anymore. Put that on the inside instead. I don't like when things make extraneous noise. And that was making some extraneous noise. Okay, that's why it's dry in here. This isn't running. That's because it's off. And now it's working perfectly fine again. That's weird. See, the problem is now that really can't be trusted because it behaves kind of erratically. Okay, that one we're just going to have to cancel out because it's got a big hole in it. Geez, all these plants need watering. Everything's so dry in here. Whoa. Normally I would just put all the chairs on top of the table, but there's all sorts of stuff on the table. That's pretty impressive. These are definitely really good high performance vacuums. All right, we got to get some semblance of access to the studio here because I need to film some videos. I don't want to put this stuff back and then kind of create this. I don't want to put anything new. I'll put this stuff back. What I meant to say was I don't want to put the tree that I just packed up back in here because then I got to take it back out. I'll put these empty boxes back for now because it doesn't really negate any progress. Because eventually what I think we're going to do is move this shelf over and then somehow I'm going to try to cram another shelf over there. May or may not work, but I'm going to try. Yeah, I should really go through this on video because some of these things in here are very, very old that I've had since the 2000s. And it would be a fun run of nostalgia to look through that stuff. Alright, this is totally ridiculous. No, it's only going to be like this for 2 days. It's going to be like this tomorrow because I have other things to do. And it's going to be like this the following day as I put everything back. And then the day after that, we can clean this mess up. Oh no, I was going to do a light bulbs video and I think I buried the testing sockets. I am becoming the hungry, so I think I'm gonna take a break to make dinner now, and then we'll come back after this and clean up the garage and then film some videos. When I first put these in, I liked having them all the way bright here, but after using them kind of dimmed down during Christmas time, I think that The second setting is a little nicer. I gotta put a dimmer on this thing next. You know, I went downstairs to get more soda, and I saw the soda, and I just completely failed to bring it upstairs. That was kind of stupid. The garage isn't too messy, but I want to at least clear up the bench here so we can work in here tomorrow. Kevin's going to come over tomorrow. We're going to work on some air conditioners. This goes over here. Duh. To put one of these in the freezer. Although this was on the floor in the garage, so it is fairly warm. Relatively cool. Okay, we'll go cancel this out into the bin for the recycling. Yeah, it's cold out here, but nothing like it was. This is at least, I can walk outside for a few minutes and not just absolutely freeze. Is a massive improvement from the way it was last week. Couldn't even go outside for, what was that, 45 seconds, 30 seconds? Couldn't even do that last week. It was so bad. It was awful. Okay. Cancel this out. And we can cancel that out. The water is still very cold, but not quite as bad as it was. All right, I have some pasta sauce I need to use up tonight, otherwise I have to freeze it, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to have this tonight. Delicious. gotta remember to put these towels away with the Christmas stuff too. These are the Christmas towels. You know, I'll wash these with the tablecloth. And I have another Christmas towel in the bathroom that we need to cancel out too. It's a little cool in the room here. We gotta put a few more pellets in. It's so much more reasonable than it was last week. This feels like spring compared to that trash. This we will use tonight. Might as well enjoy that one more time. That's cool, I didn't turn this on. I thought it was taking a long time. This has a lot of fiber. I know Lamont likes to eat a lot of fiber as well. Good for the digestive system. Now I'm going to take the clothes out of the laundry machine here, which I can barely reach because of the mess down here. Stupid lid lock piece of junk thing. I still can't believe none of these appliances have broken. When I bought this house, it did not come with any appliances. And I didn't have time to find a nice vintage set. So I went around and I got what seemed to be the best of the worst. And so far, a little over about 4 years in now, and somehow nothing has broke. I don't know how. It's shocking to me. No sewage spill this time either. I don't know what that sound is. I gotta take this thing apart and figure that out. Maybe in the springtime we'll do that. Something's rattly in there. It goes away after a couple of minutes, but it's kind of annoying. I didn't want to take the whole machine apart to give it a good cleaning anyways. You got to keep an eye on this chickpea pasta. It cooks very quickly. Yeah, it's pretty much already done. I gotta fix this cabinet too. This is all busted up here. Definitely going to be a sauce with a little bit of pasta type meal. Whoa. Put on the television set. I still haven't finished watching that truck camp video. That's a long one. This is such a great setup. I wish I had thought of doing this a long time ago. I used to keep the keyboard here, but it's easier just to it's easier just to put the on-screen keyboard.
Press keyboard shortcuts with type without the keyboard. Cancel.
Oh gosh. Okay. And I just shut the keyboard because we don't need it anymore. Alright, this should be warm at this point. Yep, there's definitely more sauce than pasta. Oh well. The home screen is just all ads. There's not even any content on there. Why is it not holding the place? This particular video is not holding the spot.
Alright, we just raked out the hot coals. Now we are the top shelf. A colder than that. And we got a three-way super cold move. I really hope it doesn't stall. I don't want to go out there. Oh, temperature.
Somewhere around here, I think, was where I left off.
Let's get that generator going.
Yeah, somewhere around there, close enough.
Maybe it is actually out of fuel. That's exhaust building up on that. The exhaust is freezing from this thing over here. Maybe it is actually out. These things burn through fuel faster when it's cold. No, it is indeed not out. I have no idea why it shut off. Yeah, just like before. Maybe it'll run fine now. Seems like it. It's idling nice again. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now about 12:30. No sign of it snowing yet, but it is cloudy today. But I can already tell the temperature has gone up a ton. I'm actually having to restart the stove. It didn't completely die, but cooled down a lot. And you see it's a lot warmer than last night. We're only down to negative 15, I think. We come inside. It's a lot warmer in here. Generator was out of fuel. Wood stove might as well have been out of fuel. It was barely producing any heat. I woke up, came down here, and it was about 25 degrees. A lot better than outside. but it's still not even up to the freezing mark. You see, right now we're finally kindling the fire up again. We didn't have any red coals in there. We just had a few little spots of hotness, and I stirred it up. Then the coals started burning nice. Now there's in there, which any moment is about to take off. Sometimes you can help it with your own flame. I forgot these lighters don't like working when it's below freezing. But I gotta show you one of these when it's heated up, and it'll be real nice. If it's not in your pocket or something, these lighters are quite horrible. It gets blowing, it is. We'll open that up all the way. And it's about to just go. And that lighter's full. Butane freezes if you don't hold on to it for a bit. Oh, there we go. A little bit. Yeah, I knew it would. There we go. That'll start heating up again fast. That being said, up here our bread feels fine. Didn't freeze. Easy, open them up. They feel a bit hard. They may have froze, but they don't show any frost damage. And then my bananas up here, those absolutely froze, and I think it's because I left them on this metal thing. I think all the coldness just transferred right into them, because my bananas are frozen. Frozen in here, literally. But I slept actually 6 hours, start to end, without waking up. That sleeping bag over my head, I didn't even realize how cold it was getting in here. Then before I woke up at 5 in the morning, I got maybe 3 hours of sleep, so can't complain. I actually slept quite well with that heavy duty sleeping bag. We're just a bit frozen in here now. Any of these start freezing up again? Oh, yeah, this one, that's crystallizing. I noticed something, I guess it's because there's different minerals in different spots. Like, see, there's still particles in that water. I guess that's it trying to freeze, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. It's like frazzle ice. That might be what that dust is in there. Sometimes different brands of water freeze before others. It's got to be the minerals wherever they pumped it out of. So I'm assuming. Oh, this froze up again. See by the color of it, it's like a slush. Alright, we're going good now. Let's close that up. When the air flows slower, it slows down the exhaust and it wastes less heat up the chimney actually. So we'll see how fast this will heat up now. Well, it just started snowing. Right on time. It's 2 in the afternoon. It's nice and warm in here now. Those bananas I think are really bad now. It is now 60 degrees or about 15 Celsius. Alright everyone, it's now 5 in the evening. It's probably the last shot we're going to get in the daylight. It's been lightly snowing since about 2. We only picked up maybe half an inch. And it did get a bit warmer out. Look at that. Tonight is supposed to stay above 0. Right now it is about 2 degrees out, I'd say. It's actually supposed to get a little warmer throughout the overnight. Definitely noticeably warmer. Not really much. In here, this secondary door really helps us keep heat. So we come back in here. Wow, those bananas really turn black and they're very soggy. It's strange, look at that. how flat that surface is. A little chilly, 48 degrees. We'll quickly get it fired back up once again. So what we're gonna do is just flatten out the coal bed. And we're also exposing coals that aren't red. They'll quickly combust. You want this flat or even elevated towards the front, and it really helps you when you put new logs in there. Let's go ahead and do this fairly largely now that we have a lot of space in there. Like that. Give it a moment and it will combust. Drop a little piece out of here. Whoop. Here we go. There we go. Starting to get some flames. Nice. There we go. We are making pumpernickel toast. Now, I'm going to switch the burners around so they can cook a little more evenly. Now that they're getting nice and warm, we can melt some more butter onto them. Butter, oil, lard helps these things not rust. Like the last time I re-seasoned it, I think I used olive oil. That's what makes it black again. Alright, let's see. Can we melt any of this butter on our toast? This stick of butter is pretty hard. It's not extremely warm in this room. Oh, there we go. It's actually working pretty good now. Yeah. Should do it. Came out really good. Okay, we've maybe got about 3 or 4 inches of snow now. Listen to the sound it makes. The little ice crystals sparkle so much when it's this cold. It sounds like I'm kicking around sand or something. I walked pretty far away so I could have absolute silence to show you that. Snow's building up around the generator. It doesn't produce much heat. It's not seemingly melting anything. We got snow building up on the roof. I don't see any icicles dripping. It's a lot warmer than last night. Shouldn't be that bad tonight. Also, I noticed on the inside here, most of the frost is gone. Not as frosty in here. And it's also pretty warm. Kinda. It's kinda warm. We're still doing really, really well in the chimney. So far, it is not snowing as much as they said it would. Let's see what we get in the morning. I'm getting sleepy now. Thinking about going to sleep. And I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
I had long forgotten about this guy up here. We found him in a box of free stuff a couple years back. It's a tiny, miniature plastic moose head. It actually just snugly fit up there. You see him here with a knife you can cut off the spray foam. And the spray foam actually stays pretty deep in there. Can you hear that? It's the same noise I was showing you outside. It sounds like granules of sand. The wind just gusted and a whole bunch just slid off the roof, ever so gracefully. So we're trying to salvage some of these kiwis right now, which got soaked in the Windex, because the Windex just started leaking all over the table. And I didn't clean them off yesterday, so they probably absorbed it a bit, so I did cut the skin off. I usually eat the skin, it doesn't bother me, but we're salvaging what we can, because I think it probably got into it by now, just soaking in it. And scissors actually work pretty good for this. Good morning, everyone. Last night was definitely not as cold, and we got disappointing amounts of snow. So what you're seeing here, this is the past couple of storms. Just look at what accumulated here on our trail. Let's say max, we got 5 inches. They say there could be another 1 to 3, but this is pretty disappointing. But looking at the snowfall total maps, see southern New England in some areas got maybe 2 feet of snow. We were not at the jackpot area, unfortunately. I love all these icicles that have formed here overnight. I think that's very pretty. Now I went up here to check the thermometer, but found it to be completely buried. Now it's telling me we are at 19 Fahrenheit. We're going to check that again because snow does act as an insulation sometimes. We will check this again in a bit before we leave. So it is actually very warm out compared to what we went through the past couple of days. I'm not even going to take the time to plug my truck's engine in. I don't think we need it. It's not that cold. When we come back in here, can just enjoy the fire. I'm really wondering if this temperature gauge is going to fall off. Magnets lose their strength when it's really hot. Sometimes when this one is in the overheating range, the whole magnet will let loose, fall on the floor. But the pipe's also not cherry red. We've seen that entire pipe turn bright glowing red. It's getting nice and warm in here. We're going to go upstairs, completely pick up our bedding.
Well, I guess I'll just have to remember where I was in the video because this particular one does not hold its place. Okay, now I'm going to clean up in the garage a little bit, and then we're going to film a video of these vacuums. And then I think that'll be it for the night, because I still got to do some editing. Might as well turn this on because it's not exactly warm in here. This is an excellent heater. I'm going to have to reorganize this wood storage here. I'm going to pull something out if the whole thing gets all screwed up. Probably shouldn't put this away because we're going to need it in the near future. I'll just stack it up in front here. I need it out of here for my video, but we're going to need it again probably early next week. Or maybe even during the weekend, I don't know. See what we get to. Just slip it under here right on top. Oh, that's too long. Okay, that'll work. This is that scrap from the pallets. Let's throw that under there. I don't care if it gets dirty. And we got these triangles. Not sure we're ever going to use those, but certainly not going to throw them out. That wouldn't make any sense. That would be psychotic. Here is the apparatus for the drill chuck. Not good. Not good. Oh, I'm glad I'm discovering this now and not in the midst of an important project. But this is not a discovery that you want to make under any conditions. Here it is. Alright, this can go upstairs. This and this can go in the studio. That goes in there. All right, good. That's good enough. The bench is usable now. I'm going to film the videos now of these vacuums. Sounds like a snake in here. What the heck? Beep. I'll do it because Dave's not here. There's no point in deceiving myself. At this point, I'm a vacuum collector. A couple weeks ago, I came across one of these Kirby units at the questionable Will thrift store. And then a couple of days later, I came across a second one. The second one was cheaper at only $15, which is ironic because it's in much better working order. And the first one was $20, which from what I've been told is very good price for these. I don't really know much of anything about these, so I'm kind of glad I got the second one that works, because now I can evaluate the mechanics and use that information to repair the first one. So this one is a Diamond Edition. I think that probably the only difference is the bag. Although I haven't turned it on yet, this one seems to, at bare minimum, be mechanically working from a rolling standpoint. This one is not, and quite possibly this is why it was discarded. It does not push. I don't know if that's by design. If there's a way to lock it in place, I have no idea. I've never even used one of these before. This does not move forwards or backwards. I think that sound is a self-propulsion switch. I don't know. I have to do some research on these. Really don't know much of anything about them. I don't even really know how it turns on and off. I guess that's the switch there. Well, let's put this one up on the bench and take a closer look. That's why I couldn't get anything in the frame. It was not on wide, it was on linear, like a line. I'm gonna have to shut that off for the testing of the vacuum, but we'll get as much heated out as we can. This is very, very heavy machine, but the handle weight is quite light, which is nice. Very good design. It's all metal. Wheels are plastic with like a rubbery coating on the outside. Appears to have a light. This is the only switch I see, but I feel like that's kind of lackluster compared to the rest of the design. No, this has got to be this. This is the on and off switch here. It makes more sense. Ah, I wonder if I have solved my mystery on the other one. Is this one in gear? This does not seem to have that switch. So these are not identical. There's definitely a difference between these two. So the other one does not have this switch. Maybe the switch is missing. So if I push that down, that kind of pushes that up. Could that be? No, there's not even a place for that to go. I don't know what's up with this other one. We'll deal with that later. Just want to use one, really. More curious than anything to try this out for myself, because I've heard so many great things about these, but I've never used one. So I guess this is the height adjustment. That's got quite a good variance there. Very good adjustment level. So this one looks to be a self-propelled model, and so you have neutral and then D for I don't know, forwards and backwards. And this must be your on and off switch. And I would imagine this must have some kind of sensor in there that detects whether this is forwards or back, depending on where the motion would go. I know the Hoover self-propelled wind tunnel models were kind of delicate in the way the self-propulsion control was set up. This feels a lot more sturdy, but maybe it has similar flaws. I don't know. Okay, now let's, whoops. Huh. I just made a mess with a vacuum. That's ironic. So now this does not move back and forth. So I kind of feel like the other one, I think that this apparatus is missing from the other one. And so quite frankly, if we turn that one on and use it, maybe it'll work. I don't know. This does have a bag in here. Wrecking the place. and it's just a cheesy paper bag. And cheesy as it is, you can see all the dust coming out here. At least you can see it in person. I don't know if you can see it on the video. This is full. So there's a hose in the front that's going up and it dumps in the top. This appears to be a legitimate bag. Wow, this is really packed. Well, we'll use it once to clean up some carpentry debris in the garage here, and then we'll have to replace the bag before we use it anywhere else. The outer bag here is certainly under a lot of strain now with this being so packed, but it looks to be in pretty good condition. Let's take a look at the brush roll. Wow, I can't believe how heavy this is. It sure doesn't feel like it when you got it on the floor. All right, we've got some information we can look at. This is the model G7D, 7 amp motor, which is reasonable enough. The Ultimate G series. I don't know if there's a date on here. I don't see one. From what I understand, these are still under manufacture, so this might not be very old at all. I don't know. This stupid thing is not auto-focusing again. I have got to get a camera that has audio input. I'm just about done with this thing. Here's the brush roll. Where's the... Oh, I see. There's the belt in there. That's where it connects to the shaft. It should run like this. I don't know. Yeah, that looks like there might be something clogged in there. That doesn't look right to me. What the heck? Yeah, there's definitely something clogged in there. Now, this is why you always check before you just turn things on, because you never know what's going on in there. Yeah, there's something really quite large stuck in there. This looks like a piece of insulation or something. Alright, I gotta get that out of there before we start. I think that these are relatively easy to service, or at least they're supposed to be. I don't know how that's done, but let's see if I can figure it out relatively quickly. This looks like it's got a hinge there. And this seems like it ought to open. Ah, there we go. This goes up. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's caked. I bet this was discarded to the thrift store because it wasn't working anymore because it's clogged. We'll use that as the thumbnail maybe. It's amazing how much good stuff people will just chuck because of a simple problem. If I'm understanding correctly, these are like hundreds of dollars, even new. This is not a cheap product, so for someone to throw that out over that is kind of ridiculous. It looks like it's been wet. It's still turning freely and quietly. Okay, so now the belt has become detached. So this says belt on, belt off. Does this turn? Ah, I see. It's moved the belt up. Okay, so now when I put this back in, put this back in. Lock this in place. You have to turn this back to belt on. Okay. So now I guess the belt's back in place. We've got our massive clog removed. Okay. Well, I think we're ready to test it out. Hopefully at this point it's working. I suspect that's probably all that was wrong with it if it wasn't working. And maybe it needs a new belt. We'll see. I still don't know what this switch does. It's got like half a circle and a whole circle. Guess we'll start in half a circle. And this locks it in place, or? Interesting. Okay. And we're gonna put it in N for now. All right, let's plug this thing in and see what it does. I'm going to put this all the way up for now. Let's make sure this is in the frame. It's not. Good thing we checked. Plug in our kilowatts meter here so we can see how much power this takes. Okay, I'm guessing we're gonna get a big cloud of dust probably. No, it's nice and quiet. good still. Six amps on high. And 5.7 on low, so not much difference. It's a lot of airflow for sure. Yeah. Very good airflow. Wow. Okay, I had the height adjustment too low, that's why it wasn't working good. Let's take a look at this as it... Come on, tripod. Let's take a look at this as it agitates the carpet, now that I have the height setting correct. It was extremely difficult to push before. I guess I had it too low. It was just sticking itself to the carpet. Yeah, that's too low. Ah, that works very nicely. I have it on self-propelled now. Wow, that really improves the user experience tremendously. And it's a lot more responsive than the Hoover one. This is much better. I would actually use this. The Hoover one is too fast. This kind of goes at your own pace. Wow, that's excellent. It's practically effortless now. Wow, that is excellent. Okay. Very, very nice. So I can see why people speak so highly of these. You can tell that is a very, very good quality machine. Very well built. It's nice and quiet too. It doesn't have any annoying sounds to it. It seems to perform exceptionally well. That was picking up all that dust in its path on the first sweep. Seems to have very good agitation. It's a little bit difficult to turn. It kind of just feels bulky, but the self-propulsion makes a huge difference in terms of maneuvering it. Huge difference. I never liked the self-propulsion on the Hoover wind tunnel models because it seemed to just go way too fast and be kind of out of control. This feels super controlled, and it allows you to kind of control the speed that you want. You can push it just gently and it goes slow. You can push it a little harder and it goes faster. So that's really, really good. Yeah, first impressions of this is phenomenal. I can definitely see why people like these. I do think the other machines are easier to maneuver though. That's the only thing I don't like so far, is it does seem a little bit difficult to maneuver in terms of turning, but we'll see. I gotta use it some more and get used to it. The design of the, taking the belt off is really cool. Seems easy to unclog, and I don't know. It really seems pretty good. So we'll have to check out the other one. We'll do it now, because now the curiosity is getting the better of me. I want to see if maybe it's just stuck in automatic mode. This is definitely a slightly lesser model, because it doesn't have the 2 speeds. So I'm guessing the Diamond Edition was more of a high-end unit. Yep, there we go. Even the belt's good still. Yeah, turning side to side is just a little bit, I don't know. And back and forth is like nothing. It takes no effort. But to turn it, just not as easy as some other units. Wow. Yeah, so this one, I think the lever is missing off the back, and that's why it's like stuck in self-propulsion mode, which is why it's not moving when it's free. I wouldn't be surprised if that part is available. I guess it just depends on what's broken about it. Well, that was a very interesting test. These are a very pleasant surprise. Not that I thought they were bad, but I kind of felt like this was one of those products that's like a snob brand, where it costs 5 times as much as everything else, and it's, maybe just marginally better, if at all. But no, that actually seems like these are really good quality. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I like these machines. I'm gonna clean the rest of the garage here with one of these now. So I'll have to see if I can get that lever for that one. That's probably all it needs. Yeah, see, now that this is in, we got to put it in N, and then I can push it. Then I put it to D, it's locked. So that's definitely what's going on with that one. Well, I would say that these are $15 and $20 well spent. I'll probably give one of these to Kevin. I know he mentioned that he needed a vacuum. I know he appreciates high quality products too, so I'm sure he'll like these. Okay. Well, that's neat. We're definitely going to have to get that cleaned up soon and put that into regular service. I like that. Alright, well I think that we're done here in the garage for tonight. I'm going to go in the studio now and make a video in the studio. And then we're going to close up the studio for the night and do some work on the computer. There's nowhere to put the camera. It's just gonna have to go here for now. Hopefully it falls. And on to another disgusting product. I don't think I'm gonna make that light bulb video tonight. Gonna make it tomorrow. I need a second microphone for this, and the windscreens. Otherwise it's going to be a wind noise freak show. Or maybe it doesn't work and there won't be any wind noise. I suppose that's a possibility too. In fact, I think that unfortunately might be the case. This looks like it definitely has enough hours to be locked up. Yeah, the windscreen can go far in the bag. I'm not dealing with that right now. Even if it worked, it's so dirty, it's not going to move any air anyways. Well, that's cool. There's like 15 tripod kicks in a row. Okay. Hello viewers, here is a filthy fiend. We'll have to see if it even spins. It probably doesn't in this condition, but if it doesn't, we can probably fix it. This is a Lakewood something 12. Dust 12. Where's the model number on this? Here it is. It is the Lakewood HV-12-WR 0.8 amps. It's quite a steep blade. And it's not quite flat either, which is interesting, because this is a reversible model. Yeah, the blade is like a scoop on both ends in the opposite direction. Very interesting aerodynamics. But this was recently donated by Ed. So thanks again, Ed, for completing another one of my psychotic pairs that I like to have. I do have one of these already, which is in much, much better condition. This one is just absolutely caked with rust and dust. I was going to get the the windscreens for the microphones for this video, but I really don't think that this is going to be moving much of any air at this rate. Man, this thing is just absolutely caked. This is going to be very challenging to get apart because there's a lot of rust present. So all the screws are going to be difficult to remove. But we'll get it. Wow, look at that. These aren't even that old. You know, this still has a polarized plug. So this is probably 90s or newer. Nah, it wouldn't be much newer than the 90s. This is probably a 90s product. And this looks like something that's been sitting in a barn or a garage for decades. You have to wonder where this was used and what the heck does the environment look like. And you can see someone even tried to wipe it down. I don't know if Ed did this or someone else did this, but like someone tried to clean it and just failed. Oh man. Oops. One of the side curtains is missing, but that's fine. I don't need it. Or maybe there was only one, I don't know. Looks like the sun has taken its toll on the accordion piece. That would have to get replaced. This is rusted shut anyways. You know what, it just always baffled me when you find stuff like this. Somebody walks over to his or her window and turns this dial and doesn't say, oh man, this is filthy. I mean, really. Here's the information on the motor. Same model number. 0.05 less the amps. 3.5 microfarads capacitor. Thermally protected. Yeah, curiously, the windings aren't all that dirty. It must have been used on exhaust. Yeah, it does look like the dust is on the inside there, so it must have been blowing out of the filthy house or the filthy store or wherever this was used. But then this is caked on the inside, so maybe it was used in both directions. Trying to see if there's any evidence of the screws being taken off. The screws look kind of chewed up, so maybe someone did try to take it off. That one definitely looks tampered with. Maybe not. It's hard to say. Yeah, I mean, if you look at that one compared to that one, that looks tampered with, but maybe this one is just full of dirt. I don't know. They all look about the same tampered with, so maybe that's just the way they are. Well, let's turn this thing on and see if it works. I have no idea what to expect here. It's certainly high enough hours that I would not blame it for not working anymore, but if it does work, it's probably not going to move any air. Well, interestingly, the plate is not locked. It's not stiff in the slightest, it doesn't seem. So I guess it's probably going to work just fine. And there was a pair of these. Ed had a pair. And the other one, I guess, was just as bad. So that adds some interesting, you know, wherever this was used, there was two of them. Twice the filth. Alright, let's begin on low in. Huh, it's actually still moving some air, but you can hear it's very restricted. Let's see if I can prop this up somehow. Testing window fans on the bench is always kind of a nuisance. That's got some seriously steep pitch to it. .52 to amps, 61 to watts, power factor 99. Very respectable. I don't know why I never got to the nice speck of dust just blew out at me. I don't know why I never got to the one that I have last year. I should have. I think that these might actually fit in my stinking windows too. And if that's the case, then this is a great one to use, because this is quiet and it seems to be very powerful. It's very difficult to find good fans to use in my windows that fit properly. And I can kind of set the box fans on the sill and that's okay, but it's not great. Yeah, this is actually moving a surprising amount of air considering the filth. As you can tell, the air is not pushing out properly. It's kind of like pushing out to the sides, and it has that very restricted sound to it. It's not in the best balance. But the bearings still seem to be just fine. I can't believe how much air this is moving with all that filth on there. Alright, let's go up to the medium. There's something wrong with the switch. It's extraordinarily stiff. Yeah, this is shaking pretty good now. Wow. I wouldn't even use it like this. Is like Lasco grade out of balance. I don't even want to put the sheep on top here because it's just so dirty. 57 the amps, 68 the watts, power factor .99. Yeah, it's remaining very quiet for how much air it's pushing. And the high of the Hig. Got a nice startup sound. For the air, that's pretty quiet. It's a shame it's so out of balance though. Jeez. And that's only .67 the amps, 78 the watts, power factor 97. Very reasonable power consumption. Yeah, one of the blades looks like it's a little bit bent. Hopefully we can fix that with just an alignment issue. I'm also noticing now that the blade has... That's very interesting. It's an interesting setup here. It looks like the blade is kind of pressed in between two washers and some rubber pieces. Probably for vibration dampening. Very interesting. Getting that nut off there is not going to be a fun task with all that rust. But we'll get it. Okay, now we'll try the reverse. Move this into the front. That's got a great startup sounds. .49 the amps. This is not working properly. Good. 58 the watts, power factor 99. .56 the amps, 67 the watts, power factor 99. This is really moving some good air. Just a shame it's shaking so bad. And the Hig. Oh, I talked during the startup sound. That was not good. No, I'll do it again. The Hig. That's 67 the amps, 78 the watts, power factor 96. And the bearings seem to be in excellent condition still, which is very surprising for how many hours it has and how badly out of balance it is. Well, this is definitely on the list of spring projects to take care of before summer. Yeah, see how bad the blade balance is? When it does that on a sleeve bearing motor, you know it's really bad. Okay, that's a wrap on today's video production. Time for me to get some sleep. Alright, that's a wrap for today. I'm going to do some work on the computer and then go to sleep. Pretty constructive day. Got a lot done today. Not as much as I had hoped for, but that's okay. As long as you make progress, which we did. Bye.